Presented by Medford BMW on 96.1 580 The Game.
My first year at this station was really hard. I came to Medford from Klamath Falls with a couple years experience under my belt and a lot of naivete, a lot of, I think, misplaced overconfidence that I would come in and instantly change the station, overhaul everything, dominate the ratings, get my name in the paper, get a glowing profile piece in the Mail Tribune like I read occasionally other broadcasters locally will get. I really just felt like I could come in, plant my flag, and call it a day. And I had to learn over time in that first year to be patient because the station that I ran was not good. I started with the old ESPN 580, which I grew up listening to back in the day. I grew up to Bill Jacobs calling North Medford football games and Medford Rogues games on ESPN 580. I thought, all I got to do is be me and do all the stuff that I learned how to do in Klamath Falls at my first job, and we'll turn this station into a winner. Number one in the ratings, thousands of people tuning in, listening to our every word. And it was not that way. I vividly remember the first time we had an Oregon State Beaver football game on the radio, everything went wrong. I've talked about this before on the show, but if I take you behind the curtain of radio, 9 times out of 10, this show is the exception to the rule. This is live. I fire my own breaks. 9 times out of 10, if you're listening to a radio show, the breaks are what's called automated. A satellite shoots out an electrical signal that we catch back in the studio, and we have a computer that's programmed to read that signal and go, okay, if it's a certain frequency, that means it's this. It's a break tone. And you have a wire running out of a machine, and then that spits out another signal that gets caught by another machine, and eventually down the line, the radio station fires off a commercial break. And, of course, because it's all happening electrically, it all happens almost instantaneous. I'm not going to be I don't need a PhD in physics to walk you through that, nor do I want to walk you through all of that. But my point being is that's how Oregon State broadcasts are supposed to run. Mike Parker says, blah, 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 Beaver Sports Network, or, Oregon State 14, opponent 7 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. And he presses a button, or his board operator presses a button, and then an electrical signal gets shot over a satellite and caught back in our studio in Medford, and then we fire the break. The problem I noticed when I first took over this radio station, or what became this radio station 5 years ago, is that when Mike Parker would call for the break, and they would shoot that electrical signal over the satellite back down to Medford for us to catch it, we never caught it. We never caught it because we were missing a wire or some piece of equipment that would have caught it for us, and none of our breaks fired. So we've got a 6-hour Oregon State football broadcast, 2-hour pregame and a 1-hour postgame and 3 hours of football, and none of the commercials are firing. All the sponsors are ticked off, as they should be. And I scrambled. And so that first year, I had to spend every Saturday firing the brakes, something I took for granted, something that's simple at other stations. You catch the electrical relay. That's all there is to it. We didn't have that here. Little things like that. Or I remember the first high school football broadcast that I had. My first assignment was duplicate the equipment we used to broadcast a game, because we were adding on the great Emma Tiedemann, Medford Rogues play-by-play voice. Later she went into the ranks of minor league baseball. Now she's climbed all the way to the Double-A voice for the Boston Red Sox. Pawtucket Red Sox in Maine, she is their AA voice, and or excuse me, Portland Sea Dogs, the AA voice. She does a great job, and she's like right on the precipice of getting a major league gig someday. I firmly believe that. Anyway, we added the great Emma Tiedemann to our staff. I was going to cover North Medford on the radio. Emma was going to cover South Medford on the radio. And I gave Emma our old play-by-play kit so that we didn't have to reinvent the wheel. We knew that her stuff worked. So then I had to make a new kit for me. And I tried to duplicate it the best I could. But on the night where we were supposed to make the magic happen and set the equipment up and cover North Medford's season opener at Spiegelberg Stadium, I couldn't do it. I got to the stadium. I set all my gear up at like 6 o'clock, right before a 7 o'clock game. I was missing one piece that I had overlooked. So my first year was full of mistakes like that. We got that broadcast on the air, but it didn't sound as good as it could have because I was missing one stupid little $5 cable. I'll never forget that. And I start the show here because that was the first time I realized in my life that when you take something over in business, it doesn't have to be just a radio thing, right? You take over a restaurant, or you take over a car dealership in your line of work, or you take over a software team like what my father does. You take over something that already existed before you got there. Changing that thing isn't easy. Changing that thing, for good or bad, doesn't happen overnight. Change takes time. Growth takes time. And that's what Jonathan Smith needs at Oregon State. And I think so far, you see the impact of time at Oregon State. Look at the Beaver defense on Saturday. Are they good enough to win a Pac-12 title right now? I can't say that when you played Purdue, Hawaii, and Idaho in your first three games. But I can say, unequivocally, that defense is way better than they've been in the entirety of the Jonathan Smith era. That defense is on an upward trajectory. Idaho had several opportunities in the red zone. Yes, Idaho physically mismatched in that game. Yes, Idaho outcoached in that game. Oregon State's got better coaches. Yes, Idaho is on the road in a hostile crowd. But when they only need 5 yards on 4th and goal, I'm going to give Idaho the benefit of a doubt. When Idaho only needs 15 yards to punch it into the end zone, they get into the red zone. They've got an opportunity. I'm going to give Idaho the benefit of a doubt. And at the end of that game, Idaho had a goose egg on the scoreboard. They got shut out. That's credit to the Oregon State defense. The Oregon State defense has grown. Oregon State's offense has grown. I think about Sam Vidlak, who came in the fourth quarter of that game on Saturday. The Beavers up by $1 billion. And he hands off to Trey Lowe. So you have a kid from Applegate who played at Hidden Valley High School in Southern Oregon, handing off to a kid from the Portland area who played at Jesuit on the Portland West Side. Oregonian handing off to Oregonian. And I thought, 3 years ago, Oregon State's cupboard was so bare, that play would have been the first play of the game because those two guys would have started at Oregon State. And now Trey Lowe is the third-string running back, and Sam Vidlak is the third-string quarterback. That's not a knock on those players. I like Trey Lowe. I think he's going to get a lot of run this year, and I think Sam Vidlak should be favored to start for the Beavs next year. But that's the change and the growth at Oregon State. Didn't happen overnight. One Pac-12 win in Jonathan Smith's first year. A couple wins the next year. And it was like pulling teeth to get those wins. It wasn't overnight. It wasn't immediate. It took time. And just like me talking to you on a radio show right now, I didn't have this day one, year one. I didn't have 96.1, 580 The Game. We were still ESPN 580. We were still that station that makes all those technical mistakes, and this guy, Matt Bagley, running things behind the scenes, has no idea what he's doing. Now it's a different radio station. It's a different world. I feel way more confident about what I do and what I'm a part of, and I know Jonathan Smith feels the same way. I want to hear from you. I want to hear about the rebuilding projects you've undertaken in your life. Your first home. Your first management in a job. Right? You run a restaurant or you run a car dealership. I know I got somebody there listening there. My father runs a software team. I know he could talk about that. Change and rebuilding in your life. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you've experienced. 541-630-4792. Southern Oregon Sports Talk. Real quick, I was 10 out of 16. 10 wins, 6 losses. Clearly, my math is still not my strong suit. That was never the class I aced in school. But 10 out of 16 on my NFL picks this week. I want to talk about the Lions-Packers game, which I got totally wrong, and talk about what I learned from it. For starters, I said all week on this radio show Detroit was going to win that game. That was my upset pick of the week. And the reason why was I said this on the radio with you, and I still believe it to my core. There are two kinds of teams that get blown out in the opening week of the year. There are young teams, think Jacksonville. New coach, new quarterback, new scheme. They need time to gel. They need time to adjust to the speed of the game and the rigors of the strategy in the game. Urban Meyer has been schooling college coaches for decades, but now he's in the NFL, and everybody's a PhD at that level. Everybody's a genius. He wasn't schooling nobody. He had to go to class. That's the kind of team that gets blown out. But there's another kind of team that gets blown out week one, just playing bad teams. And the Packers, I thought, fit that category because they weren't young. What we know now, or at least what I know now, after that Monday night shellacking, is that the Packers were bad week one. They didn't need time to gel. They just, I think, needed motivation. And so you had a team that was disinterested in blocking, disinterested in running routes, disinterested in Aaron Rodgers doing all of the things that Aaron Rodgers has needed to do for years, throwing guys open and evading pressure in the pocket to give receivers that extra half second to get open. Or the little things on defense where a corner plays the proper technique inside or outside on a guy, or the safety doesn't get caught on a wrong route. We can talk about this till I'm blue in the face, but the reason Henry Ruggs scored that touchdown in the Raider game on Sunday, Minka Fitzpatrick was looking at Darren Waller. He was thinking, oh, Carr's going to throw to the tight end. So he cheats up. Ruggs beats him deep. The little things like that matter in football games. And I thought the Packers just screwed up all those little things on week one. Week two, with the whole world watching, with all the headlines about how terrible they were and how they hate each other and how Aaron is done and Jordan Love's going to start by season's end, I think that motivated Green Bay. They're not a young team that needed time to gel. They're not a bad team bereft of talent. What they need and what they didn't have week one was motivation. They got it week two. If they keep that the rest of the way, I think they'll be fine. But I still don't trust this team long term. If you need that kind of motivation, if you need to get blown out to then turn around and win other football games, that's not a good sign to me. I want to hear from you. 541-630-4792. Do you trust Green Bay? Are you a little less worried about Green Bay after what happened last night? Let me know. 541-630-4792. And I'll leave you with this food for thought before firing off a break. College classes start in less than a week across the state of Oregon. When I was a freshman in school, they were all synced up. So Oregon, Oregon State, Oregon Tech, my alma mater, Southern Oregon, Eastern Oregon, Western Oregon, Portland State, everybody had to go to school on the same day at the same time because we were all a part of the same public school system in Oregon. That is no longer that way. But I think the calendar is still lined up for whatever reason this year. Everybody's going to school in less than a week. I want you to put your best advice hat on and tell me, what advice would you give an incoming freshman college student? I'll share my take on that question and react to some of the big stories from the NFL on Sunday. Talk about a baseball story that caught my eye as well, 2 weeks away from the postseason. That's headed your way next on Southern Oregon Sports Talk, presented by Medford BMW, right here on The Game. Vickers Pond has something you sports lovers want. Whether you're looking for sports memorabilia items like autographed sports cards or one-of-a-kind signed jerseys and pictures, Vickers Pond is your go-to for all things sports. They'll have more for you to deck out your man cave, office, or home as well. Check out their items on their Facebook page. If you or your loved one is a fanatic, look no farther than Pickers Pond, located in White City next to the grocery outlet.
Listen. My life changed because someone was there to get me to use drugs. No one can understand. Whether or not they've struggled with addiction themselves, people seem to think that having someone who will listen is gonna help make it better. I'm realizing that I need help.
I'm listening.
I need help. I'm realizing that I think that having someone who will listen is going to help make it better. Whether or not they've struggled with addiction themselves, people seem to understand. No one can get me to use drugs. My life changed because someone was there to listen.
1 in 7 Americans will struggle with addiction during their lifetime. Want to know how you can help? Go to heretolisten.com for tips and tools to help turn addiction around. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council.
Ashiro's work is never done. You care for the house, the kids, and our future. We're so grateful for all you do. Now, it's time to care for yourself and save a little more for retirement. A free 3-minute online chat can give you the personalized tips you need to boost your retirement savings now. Visit asiaretirement.org/Shiro today.
A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
From opening night to Super Bowl 56, don't miss a second of the NFL's biggest season ever. Hi, this is Kurt Warner of Westwood One. Join our crew each week for the best primetime NFL action. Thursday, Sunday, and of course, Monday Night Football. Listen to the NFL's brightest stars on Westwood One, the exclusive radio home for every primetime NFL game. Right here.
Covering football all year long, 96.1, 580 The Game.
Hi, it's Olivia Munn with my shelter pets, Frankie and Chance. Say hi, guys. When I adopted them, I discovered that they both have incredible personalities. Chance's sole purpose in life is to love and to be loved. Frankie is a little bit of a scoundrel and always entertaining. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the Humane Society of the United States, and Maddie's Fund.
Southern Oregon Sports Talk with Matt Bagley. Talking local sports. Weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. on 96.1 580 The Game.
541-630-4792 if you want to chime in any which way. We're talking about NFL picks. I am 20 of 12 on the year, over 60%. Feel pretty good about that so far. 10 of 6 back-to-back weeks. Also talking about college classes. And there's a reason here. When I went to school, and when I say school, I mean when I moved into the dorm rooms at Oregon Tech to begin the fall term of my freshman year at college, it was the first time in my life that I'd lived away from home. I lived under my parents' roof for 18 years. That meant I never had to make dinner. That meant a lot of times I never had to do my own laundry. I knew how to do it, but mom and dad were going to do it. I had chores but they had more important chores. My dad would take care of car repair or home repair. My dad would tackle, paying the bills on time and going to the bank and, leading the charge at the grocery store. Here's how you write the grocery list, and here's what you do and when you do it, how you bag your groceries, all of that stuff that just as a kid, I didn't have to do. Didn't have to think about it. When we went to the grocery store, I could take my my allowance money and go to the little ice cream stand at Sherm's and get my cup of ice cream and then just walk around the store and just kind of chill. Or what I love to do is go to the hot deli, get some fried chicken. But my point is that those experiences really didn't prepare me for being out on my own. And it's no offense to my parents. They're my parents. I love them to death. I and most 18-year-olds are not prepared for being out on your own for the first time in life. I want to know, what advice would you give an incoming freshman, likely 18-year-old college student? 541-630-4792. The first thing I would say is just, if you think you're studying too much, study twice as much. Take that amount, whatever it is, and double it. Because when I went to college, I was completely caught unprepared for the academic rigor of school. Even classes that I thought were going to be easy took so much more time. Like, I remember my math classes in high school, and I would compare them to what the numbers of the classes were in college, and I would think, well, I took a calculus class in high school, and it's math 250, so my math 111 class or 120 class is going to be pretty easy at Oregon Tech. I don't need to study. Wrong. Fail the first test. Learn that lesson. Whatever amount of studying you do, double it. That would be my advice to any incoming freshman. I think it's true in the classroom. I think it's true on the field as well. Like, I'm not surprised that Oregon's super hyped 2020 class, Justin Flo, Noah Sewell, all the big linemen that they brought in, all the great defenders that they got to bolster Tim DeRuyter's defense. I'm not surprised that they didn't really make an impact last year as true freshmen, and that now they're all doing better this year. That doesn't shock me at all. Because, again, I don't think that most 18-year-olds are ready for that huge leap in their lives. You've got to buy your own groceries now. You got to do your own dishes and cook for yourself now. And I think most importantly, like for me in high school, if I was caught slacking, all the teachers had to do was call my dad and say, hey, he got a B on a test. We know he could have got an A. Or, hey, he got a C on this. We know he could have got an A. And my dad would get mad at me and make me go study. Nobody makes you go study in college. Nobody says, hey, you're on the verge of failing this math class. You got to go spend 2 hours in study hall. That doesn't happen. So kids don't study. They don't know. And in college football, they don't know either. They don't have mom or dad telling them, hey, you got to study this playbook. High school coach getting on them going, hey, if you don't do this, you're not going to play. They don't do that. So I think the adjustment these players have had to go through, of course it's going to take time for them. I'm not surprised at all that Oregon is having a better impact out of their sophomore class than they did when those guys were true freshmen. Also want to talk about the NFL on Sunday. But first things first, let's remind you, I don't know how good this game is going to be. I don't know who is going to win. I think I have an idea, but I'll share that on Thursday's show. Regardless, Thursday Night Football, if last week is any indication, or the week before it as well, I mean, those are the two best games of the year, in my opinion, so far. If that's any indication, you're going to want to catch Thursday Night Football. And if you miss any moment, I'm not advocating for you to tune into the radio the entire time. I know that some of you will. Most of you will think that's crazy. That's okay. I watch it on TV too. But when I'm driving around running errands, getting groceries, got to get that French bread. So when my wife makes pasta, we got bread to go with it. Or I need to go pick up some sodas. Or I need to go pick up some dessert for afterwards. I need to go out and run an errand. Put some gas in my rig so that I don't have to worry and stress about that on Friday when I got to go to a high school football game. All of those errands that I like to run on Thursday nights, I don't miss a second of the action because I know that I can just turn my radio on in my car and listen to Thursday Night Football. And right here on the game, 5 o'clock pregame, 5:15 kickoff, we've got Thursday Night Football. Live play-by-play of every snap, every moment. Thursday Night Football, Texans and Panthers. Coverage starts at 5 Thursday right here on the game. Okay. I want to get back to something I said on Monday's show. And Monday's shows are tough this time of the year. Easy to prep because there's not that much time to worry about, but tough to perform because I've got so many things I want to say. It's always at the end of a weekend and right after all those amazing football games. There's so many things I want to say, and I've only got 2 segments, maybe 15, 20 minutes with you. It's just hard. So I kind of tossed this out at the tail end of yesterday's show. Didn't have nearly enough time to explain what I meant. The Niners won on Sunday, and it was ugly. It really was. Jimmy Garoppolo's yardage was ugly. The Niners' efficiency, they committed some turnovers. They had some drives stall in spots where they don't want them to stall. That was ugly. Their defense, I thought, was sloppy in the first quarter. Ugly game by the Niners. But it was an ugly win. You got to remember that. An ugly win. Some wins are ugly, but it was still a win. And I think for San Francisco going forward, the question is, was that ugly performance in week 2 on the road indicative of who this team is week in, week out? I think the answer is no. I think Jimmy Garoppolo and the Niners are much closer to who they were in the first half of week 1, where they got everything they wanted against Detroit, and Kyle Shanahan went to his bullpen of running backs and his committee of wide receivers. I mean, Brandon Ayuk literally couldn't touch the football because he had 5 guys on the depth chart outplaying him week 1. I think that team is more indicative of who the Niners are. They're going to move the football no matter who is in at running back, no matter who is out wide at wide receiver, and they are going to force enough turnovers to create more opportunities for their offense. It's not going to be a bunch of turnovers, but it's not going to be a defense that's dried up like a desert either. They're going to make plays. They're going to have opportunities. Some wins are ugly, and that was an ugly win, but it was still a win. This team is 2-0, and I think long-term, they're fine. Long-term, they're fine. Now, do they beat Green Bay on Sunday Night Football? That's the follow-up ultimate question. If you know the answer to that one right now, you're probably a smarter man than I am. So I'll just field that in your hands. I'll let you tackle that for now. I'll chew on it for a few more days and tell you what I think. Who wins Sunday night? Do you agree with me? You trust the Niners week 1? That's a little more indicative of what Kyle Shanahan likes to run and who the Niners are. You trust them week 1? Or do you trust who they were in week 2, where they squeaked past a Philly team? Like, the week 1 Niners, I think, win this Sunday. The week 2 Niners, I have my doubts. What side are you on? Let me know. 541-630-4792. When I come back, we're talking about a fight in a dugout, a season gone wrong, and something that has my eye. 2 weeks left in the baseball regular season. September is about to turn a leaf to the best month of the baseball year. We'll talk about all that next. Plus, a reaction to what my favorite team did on Sunday, a reaction to what Oregon did on Saturday, and 2 games in, here's two teams that will be better than expected in the National Football League. Two 2-0 teams that I don't feel will have their records worse anytime soon. I think they're going to keep winning. Southern Oregon Sports Talk, presented by Medford BMW. 96.1, 580, The Game.
Well, you know, it's Orly's Stove and Spas we both recommend. Now we told you where, let us tell you why. You ought to stop and see our friend.
Hey, it's Lamont here from Orly's. Now is the time to stop by to add warmth, savings, and value to your home with a Blaze King, the most efficient, longest-burning wood stove available. With a burn time of up to 40 hours, a Blaze King produces constant, thermostatically controlled heat for any size home. When you choose a Blaze King, you'll be saving big on your heating costs while burning less wood in one of the lowest emission stoves available. Beat the price increases and the weather now. Come into Orly's for a limited time and get a record-breaking 26% tax credit off qualifying wood or pellet stoves and installation. Orly's has the largest selection of qualifying units in Southern Oregon. And don't forget to ask us about our easy financing. Remember, Orly's is Southern Oregon's largest Cal Spas dealer at the corner of Delta Waters and Crater Lake Highway.
I struggled with symptoms like frequent gas and stomach pain for years.
I was bloated all the time with daily diarrhea.
At first, I thought it was what I was eating.
I kept thinking it was stomach issues.
So I did my research and talked to my doctor, and we finally uncovered the truth.
It was actually EPI. Exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI, is a condition where your pancreas is unable to help break down your food.
It can lead to symptoms like diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, unexplained weight loss, and oily stools.
And EPI symptoms can be confused with those of other common digestive conditions, like irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's, and celiac disease.
So getting to the right diagnosis meant being more open with my doctor about the severity of my symptoms and how often they were happening.
But there's good news. EPI is manageable, so don't wait any longer. Use the symptom checker at identifyepi.com and schedule a visit or call with your doctor to ask, could I have EPI?
Sponsored by AbbVie.
Most of my family, they never graduated high school or even let alone go to college, so I'm trying to break that barrier. My daughter, Brooklyn, was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, went straight to school, studied hard, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I feel like if I didn't have anyone to push me, I wouldn't even bother to do it. I got one milestone down the drain, and now I got to work on the next. I see the future is really bright for me. I feel like it doesn't matter the age, as long as you go back and get it done. The high school diploma is just added to the confidence, and now I feel unstoppable.
No one gets a diploma alone. You have more support than you realize. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Southern Oregon Sports Talk with Matt Bagley. Talking local sports. Weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. on 96.1 580 The Game.
541-630-4792 if you have any thoughts you want to share. I'm going to start this segment with a little bit of baseball. So the Padres got a fight in their dugout over the weekend. Fernando Tatis Jr. and Manny Machado. And I thought it was symbolic of where they are as a team right now, because that's in complete tailspin, falling in free fall towards the earth. And it really just proves to me something I've felt for a very long time. The sport that is closest to how we work our jobs in real life is baseball. Baseball is hard, right? In football, you have one game a week, and you perform that one game, and then you practice the rest of the week. In basketball, you have a couple games a week, but you also will go long stretches with nothing, right? When a team sweeps their series in the playoffs or in the off season, you might have 4 or 5 months to rest your legs and recover. In baseball, you're pretty much playing every day for months on end, from April to September, every day. clock into work, show up to work, be with your teammates, your coworkers 24/7, just like in the real world, right? We show up on Monday, we work 8 hours, we come back on Tuesday, we do it again all week, take the weekend off, come back Monday. And sometimes in that environment, you want to kill your coworkers. You just don't like them. Sometimes fights happen. Little frustrations bubble over and become big deals, and you just get sick of people, even if you liked working with them. I've seen Tatis and Machado celebrate together. I've seen those guys embrace after a big home run that lifts the lead in the playoffs. But right now, on a team that's losing a ton, and they can't stop the bleeding, those guys hate each other. To me, that's real life. To me, that's as close to the real world as we're going to get in sports. What does it say about the Padres right now? Well, they're a mess, obviously. But I think in the long run, you sit these guys down, you have them hash it out, talk it out. Maybe the coach gets fired. Maybe there's an overhaul in the offseason in terms of staff and management. I don't see Tatis or Machado going anywhere, and I think that team is going to come back and hit the ground running right where they left off. I think they're going to be a lot better next year. 541-630-4792. I don't buy any take that that's a sign that team is doomed long-term or they've got to trade one of those guys. I think they'll work it out. It's just like real life. Sometimes in baseball, you're just going to hate your teammates and want to fight them in the dugout. I think it's totally natural. Let's talk about football for a minute. It's weird for me to say this because in my life, I don't think I've ever been able to say this, but the Raiders have a legit defense now. I've never been able to say that in my life. I've never been able to say I like the chances this week that the Raiders' defense will generate pressure and force turnovers. And that's what Gus Bradley has built in Las Vegas. I said this at the tail end of yesterday's show. If I were keeping a list of head coaching candidates to watch out for in January when we start the coaching carousel up again, Gus Bradley, the Raiders' new defensive coordinator, needs to be at the top of that list. But the defense isn't the only thing my Raiders have going for them right now. Did you see what Henry Ruggs did on Sunday? Now, he's disappeared at times. I'm not going to say he's a number one wideout yet. But what I noticed about the Raiders is John Gruden has run a lot of 4 verts or 5 verts concepts. The Air Raid fans tuning in, if you got any Wazoo fans, or I know Jonathan Smith likes to run that sometimes at Oregon State. That is a concept where everybody's running the same thing, and you run that concept to challenge the secondary. You don't want 5 of the same wide receiver in that concept. You want 5 guys that are all different. And that's what the Raiders have. The Raiders have a possession guy in Hunter Renfrow. They have a matchup nightmare at tight end in Darren Waller. He's too big for corners. He's too fast for safeties and linebackers. They have a big, strong possession wideout in Brian Edwards, the second-year guy from South Carolina. They have the savvy veteran, albeit somebody who doinked one off his helmet in the opener, Kenny Stills. And they have a guy that is fast enough to take the absolute top off the defense and burn them for 6 points in Henry Ruggs. The Raiders have a defense, but they also have a receiving core, a really balanced receiving core. Now, I love Derek Carr, and you're seeing national media give him heaps of credit for his performance on Sunday. He leads the league in passing yards. He leads the eye test in all the big plays. The bomb throw to Ruggs on Sunday, or the throw under duress to Foster Moreau, the second-string tight end that vaulted Vegas into the lead in the third quarter of that Steeler game and silenced the Pittsburgh crowd. Yeah, Derek Carr's been great. He's making plays. But Derek Carr is making plays to a balanced receiving core. To me, the two biggest factors in why the Raiders are 2-0 and the two biggest things I'm most interested in seeing as their season progresses, that revamped defense that is keeping their team in games, generating pressure and forcing turnovers, and a robust, balanced receiving core that defenses can't answer for. When you stop a guy like Darren Waller, Hunter Renfrow, or Henry Ruggs can beat you. When you stop a guy like Ruggs, well, you get a situation like last Monday in Vegas where the Ravens gave up all those catches to Darren Waller. The Raiders have a defense, and the Raiders have a receiving core, and I haven't been able to say that for a long time. 541-630-4792. Are the Raiders the most impressive 2-0 team in the NFL? I had that teed up for yesterday's show. It's a fun question, and I want to say yes. I really, truly, as a fan of the Raiders, I want to tell you, unbiased, oh, yes, they're the most impressive 2-0 team in all of football. The two teams they beat, playoff teams last year, yeah. The two teams they beat, some of the most respected teams in the NFL from that vaunted, physical, tough AFC North division. Even I don't think the Raiders are the most impressive 2-0 team in the NFL. Probably because I know what happens next. Everybody blows smoke up their butt. Everybody says Derek Carr is an MVP candidate and John Gruden's a genius. And the Raiders come back to Vegas on Sunday. The Dolphins come to town, and Miami's going to just crush them out of nowhere. We've seen that story unfold so many times. Jets in 2019 crushed the Raiders out of nowhere. A bad Jets team just spank them. 2020, they come off an emotional Sunday night game against Kansas City where they had the lead with a minute to go. And then the next week they go to Atlanta. Matt Ryan and the Falcons, terrible team, spank them. The most impressive 2-0 team in the NFL, it's not Vegas because I just don't trust them as the season progresses. But there are two teams that I have my eye on. Two teams that at least 2 games in are way better than I expected. I'll tell you who those two teams are, and then I'll share a reaction I had to the Ducks win over Stony Brook next. Plus, Ty Thompson, Oregon true freshman quarterback. I don't think this has been leaked or reported anywhere. I haven't read it on Scoop Duck, so I promise I'm not stealing anything from my buddy Justin Hopkins or any of the other beat writers that I rely on from time to time. I have a hunch Ty Thompson will play on Saturday. We'll talk about why I think that and what he told the media today next on Southern Oregon Sports Talk, presented by Medford BMW. 96.1, 580 The Game.
Jackson County Veterans Services is open for business. If you're a veteran and have thought about a disability that you might think is related to your military service, call us at 541-774-8214. Or you can go to jacksoncountyvets.com and click on the Contact Us button. There's no better time to file for your benefits than right now. The VA has relaxed the process to allow veterans to file for benefits without having to leave their homes. All of the Jackson County Veterans Service officers are fully accredited experts that will walk you through the process, and we never charge for any of our services. Set an appointment by calling 541-774-8214. That's 541-774-8214. Or you can go to jacksoncountyvets.com and click on the Contact Us button. There's no better time than right now. Jackson County Veterans Services, free expert help, getting Jackson County veterans access to their benefits.
Apply today if you're looking for a job with an amazing company. Do you want to work for a company that understands how business is conducted and how to treat people right? One that recognizes how their employees directly impact their success? Well, at MasterBrand, we get it. MasterBrand has been attracting talented people from a variety of backgrounds for years. At MasterBrand, you will experience a working environment and culture where all associates are respected and valued. You see, at MasterBrand, we believe our employees are our most important strength. And since you contribute directly to our success, you receive a highly competitive and comprehensive compensation and benefits package, including medical, dental, vision, life, and more. At MasterBrand, you'll receive paid time off to take care of the things that matter most, and we will support you and your family to stay healthy, physically, emotionally, and financially. Let's be successful together. Join an amazing team at MasterBrand. Apply today at masterbrand.com.
Adopt US Kids presents Multiple Choice Parenting.
Your daughter just had her first breakup. Do you A, put yourself in her shoes?
How could he do this to you? And for Sheila, she has split ends.
B, console her.
Oh, sweetie, this is going to happen a lot. 4, maybe 5 more times before you get married.
C, take charge.
Got to get this all straightened out. Keep a little talking to, man to man, mano a mano. Hey, Steve. Is now a good time? No? Okay, no problem. Bye.
Or D, help her find a new boyfriend.
I know a great place to meet boys. The internet. Nice, single boys. Never mind. How about some ice cream?
As a parent, there are no perfect answers. But you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same.
For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Southern Oregon Sports Talk with Matt Bagley. Talking local sports. Weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. on 96.1 580 The Game.
Today, Oregon starting quarterback Anthony Brown left practice. I think he's injured. I don't know how substantial that is, but I think it's important to note that at the end of practice today, Oregon let true freshman quarterback, the backup to Brown on the depth chart, Ty Thompson, talk to the media. To me, that says one thing. And maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going to take a shot here and just see what happens. I think Ty Thompson gets some playing time on Saturday. Ty Thompson, talking with the media today at Ducks football practice, they asked him about his keys to success as a starter. See, that's another thing. You're asking the guy about his mindset as a starting quarterback. I think he's going to start on Saturday. Ty Thompson, true freshman quarterback, talking about that very thing for the Ducks.
Yeah, I think it's more about preparation than anything. I mean, being ready to go before you even hit the field is, it makes it a lot more easy on your mental, for sure. Because that's 90% of the quarterback game right now is, making sure you know what you're doing before you do it. So preparing like I'm the guy, like I'm the next man up, it has helped a lot. I mean, as far as, I got the opportunity this Saturday to hit the field, and I feel like I was ready and prepared.
Yeah, so you see the pause there this Saturday, ready to hit the field. I think he's going to start. I really do. Smart answer, by the way. Preparation, key to success, not just in sports, but in life. But specifically for quarterbacks, I've always had the theory that position is the opposite, polar opposite of everything else in football. If I want an offensive lineman, I want somebody big and physical. If I want a defensive lineman, same story. If I want a receiver, they got to be fast. They got to have big, strong hands. A corner, they got to be fast. They've got to have big, strong hands to deflect passes. A running back, right? You want somebody with thick calves that can run through traffic. But a quarterback, aside from the arm strength, which is a prerequisite, right? You need a quarterback that can have the arm strength to throw a football far and fast. Aside from that, maybe that's 10% of the requirement at the position. I think the other 90% is the mental side. I want a quarterback that's prepared. Peyton Manning was never the greatest athlete. He joked about it last night on Monday Night Football. He was never going to wow somebody with his 40-yard dash time. In fact, if he could cheat his way to where he never had to do that sprint, he would and did. He told a story on Monday Night Football last night that essentially he hadn't done a 40-yard dash since he was in high school. His colleges that were recruiting him would ask for it, and he would give them the time. He ran downhill, downwind, with his father holding the timer which clearly Dad is going to be biased in favor of Peyton. And Peyton ran a 4.81. Not incredible, but certainly for a quarterback, something respectable. Nobody imagined Peyton Manning running a 4.8 40-yard dash when we saw him at Tennessee and we saw him in the NFL. And he just always found a way to skip it. Never had to do it ever again. And, of course, he didn't have to do it because what we valued about Peyton Manning was Peyton Manning's ability to work fast mentally at the line of scrimmage. Audible out of bad plays into good ones, understand the coverage the defense is giving you, and pinpoint, strike, attack it every play, every Sunday. That was what made Peyton Manning great. And I think Ty Thompson is in that mindset. Preparation, the mental side, to me, that's 90% of the quarterback position. He's in that frame of mind right now. Real quick, wrapping up hour number one. Two teams that will be better than we expected this year. Two 2-0 teams that I think moved to 3-0, and maybe 4 and 5 and 6-0 for added measure. Let's start with Denver. And you might roll your eyes. A lot of people will say, Matt, they can't win a lot of games. I don't trust their quarterback. It's not about Teddy Bridgewater. Teddy Bridgewater is serviceable. That doesn't mean he's great. He's not going to light the world on fire. I understand that. But what the Denver Broncos have right now is an elite defense. And I think that still matters in football. If you can get sacks, you end drives. If you can force turnovers, you not only end drives, but you win games. And the Broncos are doing both of those things right now. Patrick Surtain II, that corner they took awfully high, top 10 in the first round this year. So far, he's worth the pick. He's making plays, leaping, diving interceptions every game, pick sixes, big game-swinging plays. That defense is elite. Their coordinator, head coach Vic Fangio, that running the defense, I trust him. When he has great players over the years in San Francisco, getting the Niners to the Super Bowl back in the day, when he had Khalil Mack in Chicago, when he has elite talent to work with on defense, his defenses are elite. The Broncos are going to be great this year. I like that team to compete for a playoff spot. And one more team that's 2-0 that I think will stay unbeaten for a while. I've been banging this drum for months. If you're not on the bandwagon now, squeeze on because there's not a lot of room. But the Arizona Cardinals are awesome to watch. That is point blank the best passing game in all of football right now. And in 2021, I think that is a big deal. When you have Kyler Murray, who evades pressure with the best of them, he is slippery, sneaky. You can't sack him easily, especially now that that offensive line is bolstered. And you add in Rondale Moore, the rookie from Purdue, alongside the best receiver in football, a guy that'll force double teams every time he takes his snap, DeAndre Hopkins. You have a Cardinals passing game that perplexes every defense they'll face. Pick your poison. Do you cover Hopkins? Do you cover Moore? Do you spy Murray so that he doesn't scramble out of the pocket for a big play? Do you stack the box on Chase Edmonds, who's a bit of a home run hitter? There's games where he'll put up 2 or 3 touchdowns because he's got that speed to get to the outside. I don't know how you defend the Cardinals right now. I don't think their defense is that great, but their offense can put up 40 a day. And in 2021, that's winning football. So I think those teams are going to win an awful lot this year. I want to hear from you. 541-630-4792. I want to set the scene for hour number 2, and if I have time, we'll come back to Oregon. Ben Simmons will hold out. Let's talk about the impact of that in the NBA, whether or not the Blazers should make a run at him now that he has completely sabotaged his trade value. I want to share my reaction to the Seahawks loss. Again, it was on that to-do list yesterday, and I threw that opinion out there, but I didn't give it enough time. I'll explain why I'm not worried about the 12s. And now that Pac-12 play is starting in earnest, Oregon State, USC, Oregon, Arizona this week, let's revisit my Pac-12 picks. That's next, right here.
Today's job market is full of demand for skilled trade workers. Electricians, welders, mechanics, these and other trades are the backbone of every community. They're also a huge part in making sure the Army National Guard is always fulfilling its mission of service to our country and communities. Soldiers train to keep the power flowing, engines running, and supplies moving. The skilled trades these soldiers perform are the same ones needed in today's civilian workforce. Army National Guard soldiers are on the fast track to learning skills that can set them up for success at home with companies looking to hire the best. With options from plumber to helicopter mechanic and everything in between, soldiers are able to select the trades that best fit their lives. Their resumes are being built through their paid training and part-time service. Find out how you too can learn a trade profession and serve your community and country by visiting NationalGuard.com. Sponsored by the Oregon Army National Guard. Aired by the Oregon Association of Broadcasters and this station.
CPM Real Estate Services, Inc. is the leader in property management services in Southern Oregon. For over 37 years, CPM has specialized in managing residential, commercial, manufactured home parks, homeowners associations, and many storage facilities. CPM Real Estate Services is big enough to know, but small enough to care. Big enough to know the largest selection of residential rentals in the Valley and the most current industry knowledge to manage properties the right way. And small enough to care about your needs as a tenant or property owner. As a full-service real estate company, CPM has cutting-edge technology, a proven system, and the right people to take care of your needs. You're looking for a home to rent or you need property managed by a professional team, contact the experts at CPM Real Estate Services. With offices in Ashland, Medford, and Grants Pass and properties in Klamath County, the coast, and beyond, they know the importance of maximizing the value of your asset and taking care of tenants. Check them out at cpmrealestateservices.com or call 541-773-6400 today.
Hello, Southern Oregon. Joe Tate here, General Manager of Medford BMW. You can feel it in the air. Fall is here. Whether you enjoy hiking or camping, seeing the leaves change colors, or watching your favorite football team, fall is the perfect time to make a change with what you drive. Is your family ready to grab the wheel of the ultimate driving machine with power and performance that only a BMW can offer? Or are you ready to take home a new-to-you car, truck, or SUV? We have you covered here at Medford BMW. We have the best pre-owned inventory with Toyotas, Hondas, Fords, and Chevys, just to name a few. Plus, when you purchase from Medford BMW, you get the world-class service that we're known for. So come on down and see us at our Driveway 5 off Drummond Drive location, or give us a call at 541-774-8450, or shop 24/7 at MedfordBMW.com. We're remarkably affordable pricing, world-class service, and absolutely unbeatable deals come together.
Attention men under the age of 35. You know what really impresses the ladies? When a guy has a few drinks and later gets pulled over for buzzed driving. That could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. There goes let's grab dinner and a movie. Oh, I know. You drive more carefully when you're buzzed. You've proven that hundreds of times. A woman admires that kind of confidence. And you've practiced how to speak if a cop does pull you over. Slowly, clearly, and politely like, "Good evening, officer." A woman admires that kind of foresight. And what woman doesn't find it adorable that you call it buzzed even though the law calls it drunk? You could kiss $10,000 goodbye, along with any chance of having a girlfriend. Because nothing says I'm a catch more than a guy who lives in his parents' basement and calls it my place.
Buzzed, busted, and broke. Because buzzed driving is drunk driving. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
This is your home for the Seahawks.
He's going to look downfield. He's going to throw. Jimmy Graham. Touchdown, Seahawks!
KTMT 580 AM and K241CA 96.1 FM Ashland.
Your teams.
Hell! It is Barner! It is Barner! And he's gone!
The Beavers are the national champions!
Brandon, a three-pointer out front. Hit it! Yes, he did!
His take.
Here's what I think.
Matt Bagley.
When I was just a regular person, didn't cover sports for a living, I thought that all fans were optimists by nature. They always would just assume my team is going to win the Super Bowl or the World Series or the national championship, and your team sucks. That's what I thought fan bases were all like, generally. But getting to know these fan bases, I believe that I'm not the only sports pessimist out there.
Talking local sports.
Are you a pessimist or an optimist when it comes to your favorite team? I am a pessimist. I tell you this, and I'm curious where you are as a fan, because I know where I was last night. And when Patrick Mahomes did the inevitable and came back and won in a way that only Patrick Mahomes can seemingly do, I was numb.
Southern Oregon Sports Talk with Matt Bagley. Presented by Medford BMW on 96.1 580 The Game.
Starting hour number 2 with a note, if you care about high school football, and I know I have people here that do, I know that that's important in Southern Oregon. If you care about high school football, Friday, I want you to tune into the radio because we got 2 really cool games on our radio stations right here, 96.1 FM and 580 AM, The Game. I will be in Hillsboro at Liberty High School, which is a long drive for the Black Tornado. It's a very short one for me. I got lucky this week. Liberty High School, Friday night, top 10 team, really good matchup. Should be a lot of fun. Coverage starts at 6:45. Friday night, 6:45 on The Game. Over on 99.5 FM and 880 AM, South Medford finally should get their home opener. Week 1, they were on the road. They already knew that. It was set in stone for months. Week 2, they were supposed to have Bend come down to Medford. That game got smoked out. They had to move it to Bend because of the wildfire smoke in the air. Week 3, they knew months in advance they were going to have to go on the road, go to Lake Oswego. Week 4, Lake Ridge should head to Medford. And I say should with my fingers crossed right now. Can't see it on the radio, but just trust me. I'm crossing my fingers. I am knocking on wood here on my studio desk. I hope and pray South Medford will, in fact, have their home opener on Friday night. That'll be at historic Spiegelberg Stadium. That'll be on the radio. South Medford and Lake Ridge. Panthers also looking for their first W of the year. So lots of compelling reasons to tune in on 99.5 FM and 880 AM KCMX. Both games start at 6:45, kickoff at 7 on those respective stations. I want to look back at the Pac-12 because 3 weeks ago, I gave a prediction, or 4 weeks ago now, 4 weeks ago. It was in August. It was a week before week 0, the kickoff of the season, before UCLA trounced Hawaii. My predictions for the Pac-12. I gave that on a Monday show. I'm going to revisit that right now. I'm going to tell you what I would change and where I see the conference as we start the Pac-12 campaign in earnest this week. Oregon going to the desert, Oregon State going down to L.A. I had the Pac-12 North shaking out like this. Wazoo 6th, then Cal 5th, then Stanford 4th, Oregon State 3rd, Washington the runner-up, and Oregon winning the North Division. I had Arizona 6th in the South. Congrats. I had Arizona State 5th. I only had UCLA 4th. USC 3rd. I'll explain that rationale in a minute. Utah 2nd. And I had Colorado winning the South. I don't feel at all the way I felt about the South. And the North, I think, is pretty accurate, but there's some caveats here, and I want to walk you through this. We'll start with the one that I think is most jarring to a lot of people. 3 weeks through, 4 weeks through, I thought USC would be better than UCLA, and I'm wrong, and I can tell you what I got wrong was I thought that Clay Helton wasn't the real problem in Los Angeles. My rationale, as I walked you through it, was coaches make an impact on the game, but I think their assistants make an even greater impact. So I wasn't going to blame Clay Helton for USC only winning 8 or 9 games a year when Clay Helton isn't the strength coach working in the gym with guys every day. He's not the offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator teaching players what the game plan is going to be all week. He's not the position coach that is texting players at 6 or 7 at night and making sure that their lives have a little boost. You know, when they need a coach in their lives, when they need mentorship, they go to the guy they talk to every day. That's not Clay Helton. I didn't think Clay Helton was really the issue at USC. And I think that USC recruits really well. I thought this year, coming off a Pac-12 South title, coming off a Pac-12 title game appearance, I thought Clay Helton had some good momentum, and USC could contend in the Pac-12 South. So I thought they'd be better than UCLA. Clearly, that's not the case. And the Bruins just lost a heartbreaker on Saturday, but I think that's still a good football team. Remember, Fresno State, that's not your average group of 5 school. They are really good this year. They gave Oregon everything they could handle, and then they threw the kitchen sink at UCLA and beat them. I like the Bruins in the Pac-12 South. I like UCLA to come out of that division now. Utah, with the mess they have at quarterback today, I don't like them as a runner-up anymore. Arizona State, I still feel the same way I did about them. They have some drama to uncork. They have question marks at assistant coach. Who's going to coach their receivers? Who's going to handle their recruiting? Who's going to coach their linebackers? A lot of coaches got suspended on that team. A lot of coaches got fired on that team. I think that Herm Edwards has his hands full. But I think UCLA comes out on top now in the Pac-12 South. As for the North, still feel great about Wazoo in the bottom, number 6. I think Nick Rolovich, and I haven't talked about it on this radio show very much. I know I've talked about it on the podcast I do with Justin Hopkins. I don't like Nick Rolovich. And I'm not supposed to feel this way about coaches. I don't feel this way about any of the local coaches I work with. It never becomes personal. I don't feel this way about a lot of NFL coaches. One, I don't think they show enough personality for it to become personal. But I am really upset at Nick Rolovich. I'm really upset that you have a college football coach working under a vaccine mandate in the state of Washington who, when he's repeatedly asked, are you going to get vaccinated, he says, well, I'm following the mandate. And that's an answer. And technically that's a correct answer. But he doesn't explain, like, what are you doing, Nick Rolovich? Are you going to file for an exemption? Or are you going to get vaccinated? Just answer the question. Just have the courage to answer the question. And I think he weasels out of it every single time, every week when he's asked, and he says, I'm following the mandate. Just answer the question, Nick Rolovich. We know you're going to follow the mandate. Now tell us what that really means. Tell us what that means for you. Follow the courage of your convictions, right? That's all I'm asking from Nick Rolovich. And I'm asking that of a head coach that I think needs to represent his program. Mario Cristobal talks to his team about maturity and about representation and you know, putting that best step forward for Oregon. Mario Cristobal wants his players to live up to that. Mario Cristobal and Jonathan Smith and all these coaches across college football want their players to act like grown men. And I don't think Nick Rolovich is acting like a grown man in Pullman. So I don't like him. I'll just be fully honest with you. I don't like him. I root against Wazoo. I'm thrilled that they keep losing. And it pains me to say it, because when that team is good, that community goes nuts for football. It's a blast. It's a fortress. It's tough to win in. I don't think anybody's going to have an issue with Wazoo in the conference schedule. I think Washington State gets boat raced by everybody in the North Division the rest of the year. Cal at 5. We'll see. We'll see with Cal. Like right now, I think that they've had some opportunities. Close loss to TCU, but you lose to Nevada, Group of 5 school, and you squeak past Sacramento State, FCS school. I don't feel great about Cal as they head into the North schedule. So number 5, that feels fitting to me. Stanford at number 4, I would have said that's too high, and then they drilled USC 2 weeks ago. So shows what I know about Stanford football this year. And then they took it to Vandy. Technically a Power 5 win, but I don't think an impressive one. Oregon State, I had number 3. Now that's where this gets really interesting to me. This is really the only other thing I would probably change in my picks is Oregon State at number 3 versus Washington at number 2. The reason why I had them where I did was perception. Washington has a higher caliber of recruit, and Washington had a higher caliber of performance. Better offense, better defense. So far, the Oregon State offense is doing the job. Jonathan Smith is still scheming up brilliant plays. Brian Lindgren calling those plays. Everything's working on offense for the Beavs. They're scoring points every game. Scored points against Purdue, even with all the sacks they gave up. Scored a bunch against Hawaii. Scored even more against Idaho. We know that team can score. What I've been pleasantly surprised by is the Beaver defense. Idaho marched down the field a couple times, couldn't punch it into the end zone. Oregon State forced turnovers. Oregon State got off the football field, and Oregon State ended that game with a shutout win. I like Oregon State's defense. I really like Oregon State's defense, and I think right now that team is number 2 in the Pac-12 North. So I would swap Oregon State and Washington right now, and then Oregon number 1. Look, until they lose in the North Division, if they get decimated by injuries and they lose some games in the North Division, then we can talk about Oregon not being number 1 in the North. Number 3 in the AP poll, number 4 in the coaches poll, number 1 in the Pac-12 as far as I'm concerned. What do you think? What are your predictions? Pac-12 play is beginning in earnest. Who wins the conference? Who wins the North Division, the South Division? Let me know. 541-630-4792. One last thought in this segment, then we'll move on to some other things. I shared my reaction to the Seahawks loss yesterday on the show, but I didn't give it as much time as I would have liked because Monday shows are hard. Matt, we want you to talk for 30 minutes and only 30 minutes and then sign off the airwaves for Kevin Harlan in Monday Night Football. For somebody that's used to talking for 2 hours, cramming the whole show into 30 minutes, it's not easy. What I tried to say last night is that I'm not concerned that the Seahawks lost that game because really I think the headline you should take away from that loss is that Tennessee won that game. And that Tennessee won that game thanks to an all-time great running back, Derrick Henry. Sometimes in football, in basketball, in baseball, in any sport, all-time great players will have an all-time great performance. And there's nothing you can do to stop them. The Jazz in Utah, Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Michael Jordan's got the flu, for crying out loud. And he goes off in the second half of that game. Bulls win, and they win the title. Or I think about in the NFL. Peyton Manning, hobbled, injured. His abilities with his body completely gone. Can't escape out of the pocket. Can't throw more than 20 or 30 yards. And he saved his best for last, managing the Broncos offense and leading them to a Super Bowl victory. Or I think about countless examples in baseball where great players stepped up in big moments and led their teams to titles. Madison Bumgarner for the Giants, walking out on the mound. What was it? 2 games rest? 2 days rest in the World Series? And he goes out for Game 7 and just shuts down the Royals in the clutch. Sometimes all-time great players have all-time great performances, and you can't do anything to stop it. Derrick Henry is an all-time great player. He gets better as the game goes on. You hit him and hit him and hit him, and I think he feeds off that. The defense gets tired. He never does. Derrick Henry running roughshod over the Seattle defense. Look, sometimes great players just go off, and he did, and Seattle lost that game. Good news is you only have to play Derrick Henry once this year. So I like the Seahawks' chances going forward. That defense looks better than it did last season, and that offense looks better too. They are hitting the bomb over and over. Tyler Lockett, deep strikes. I love it. That's my kind of football. I think Seattle's going to be totally fine. Wonder what you think. Wonder how your reaction to that game went. 541-630-4792. And I wonder what you think about Ben Simmons holding out in Philadelphia. For months, Blazers fans have asked me, do you think Ben Simmons should go to Portland? And I've shared my thoughts. Now let's see if those thoughts have changed. I thought that Ben Simmons was too expensive for the Blazers. I wouldn't trade the farm for a player with his skill set. But I think today that variable has changed a little bit. We'll talk about what it means for the Blazers going forward, whether they should take a flyer on him, and a whole lot more. 2 games in, 3 teams that will be worse than we expected this NFL season. That's headed your way next. Southern Oregon Sports Talk, presented by Medford BMW on 96.1, 580, The Game.
Comfort is more than a feeling. It's a promise. That's why Lamb Heating and Air has partnered with York Air Conditioning as the only certified dealer in the Rogue Valley for commercial and residential spaces. York Air Conditioning has redefined home comfort with unparalleled efficiency, convenience, and reliability. If you're ready to enjoy the summer in comfort, call Lamb Heating and Air in Grants Pass at 541-476-6978 and Medford at 541-772-8260 or visit lamb-air.com. Lamb not only installs quality York AC systems, they offer a 24-hour AC emergency response and maintain and repair any type of cooling system so you can enjoy optimal comfort and confidence that you and your family are breathing clean air. If it's time for a new AC, repairs, or you have a cooling system emergency, Lamb Air and York Air Conditioning are here for you. Call Lamb Air in Grants Pass at 541-476-6978 and Medford at 541-772-8260. Pride in performance.
Okay, forest animals, today is a new day. Kids are coming to the forest, and it's up to us to make their visit a good one. Sparrow.
Yes?
Have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year?
Of course.
Catchy. I like it. Okay, River.
Dude.
How's the temperature?
It's a refreshing 52 degrees, man. Perfect for a little riverside shoeless relaxation.
Ah, good. Owl, you here? Course. Who's asking? I am. Look, you know the drill. Sleep during the day, scare the kids at night. Perfect. I love my job. Oak Tree?
What's up?
Still in the same place I left you last year. That's what I like. Consistency.
Well, it's not like I'm going anywhere for the next couple hundred years.
I know. I love it. Turtle. Turtle.
He's not here yet, man.
He's late every morning. You'd think he would have learned by now to leave the night before our meetings. Okay. Squirrel. Has anybody seen Mr. Squirrel?
The forest has been preparing just for you. Visit a forest near you today. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Zach Gelb is on CBS Sports Radio.
Justin Fields is the future of your franchise. Justin Fields has to be given a fair opportunity. And it's an absolute disgrace if Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace, whoever's making the decisions, tell us there's no competition and it's Andy Dalton no matter what. What's the gain from that? Whenever this podcast was taped, to declare that Andy Dalton is your starting quarterback. Give Justin Fields a shot.
Weeknights at 6 on 96.1, 580 The Game.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Southern Oregon Sports Talk with Matt Bagley. Talking local sports. Weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. on 96.1, 580 The Game.
What's the hardest part of your honey-do list? 541-630-4792. For me, it's just getting up. Because I tend to run a lot of my errands on Saturday mornings. Reason why is I like to have my Sundays free and clear so that I can park my butt on the couch and pour myself some drinks and watch football for 9 hours. And that's really the only day of the week I have to do that. I work Monday through Friday. I work nights. I have a radio show till 6, and then I'm just beat, dead, tired most nights. And on Friday night, I got it even worse because Friday night, I'll usually be out working till 10 or 11 covering high school football games on the radio. So Saturday and Saturday morning is my window. If I want to get stuff done before the Ducks game or the Beaver game, I go out on Saturday morning and I get groceries. Or I go out on Saturday morning. Last week, it was get a coffee maker. Because my wife is a school bus driver now, and that's the job she's doing right now. And it's a hard job, and I commend her. And if anybody who is a school bus driver is listening right now, you have a tough job, let me tell you. Like, you have a fun job. You get to work with kids all day. That rocks. You get paid pretty well. Union job, cool benefits. I'm jealous. But my wife has to get up at crazy hours. And she's not a morning person. So for her, getting up at 5:05, 5:10, and taking a shower and making breakfast and then making a cup of coffee, it's pretty hard. And she liked to make her coffee by hand with the like cowboy style pour over thing. And what we found was it's really hard to do when you're tired and exhausted at 5 a.m., getting up and rushing through your day to go ride a bus. And so I bought her a coffee maker with an alarm feature so that I can turn it on every night and set it to make the coffee at 5 o'clock. And it'll just make the coffee at 5 o'clock. And when she gets up out of bed, fresh pot of coffee waiting for her every morning. So that was my honey-do list on Saturday. Find a good, cheap coffee maker. I felt successful in that I did that. But I lead this segment talking about that honey-do list because when I'm out on the road on Saturday, I hate missing college football games. Going to the barber or finding that coffee maker or going to get groceries done. I don't want to miss college football. Luckily, I can just tune into the radio. And luckily, if you live in Southern Oregon, you can listen right here to the game. We got you covered all Saturday. We have 3 things that I think are really cool. One is we have the Beaver game every Saturday. We have the Duck game on our sister station, 99.5 FM and 880 AM. And we have a show that's like Red Zone, but for college football. It's called Eye on College Football, and it starts when the games start at 9 a.m. every Saturday, and it goes all day. So if you want to follow what happens in the Bama game or the Cal game or the Washington game or the whoever, Eye on College Football right here on the game. Starts at 9 every Saturday, runs all day. We will interrupt that and jump to the Oregon State Beaver broadcast 2 hours before Beaver kickoff, but that's pretty standard. We always do that. And then Oregon State play-by-play Saturday night. If you want to follow college football, my best recommendation, if you're driving around and you don't want to miss the games, just tune your radio to us, 96.1, 580 The Game. So Ben Simmons announced today that he will hold out of the Philadelphia Sixers training camp, and by all account, he's played his last minutes in Sixers red, white, and blue. Let's talk about what that means. First and foremost, Philadelphia wanted to trade him this offseason. I don't buy any of the rumors that they wanted to keep him, but what I do buy is that clearly trading Ben Simmons didn't happen. The Sixers wanted a lot for him. He was a franchise player. He was a top draft pick. And they wanted multiple draft picks and key players in return in any trade talks for Ben Simmons. And clearly he's not worth that. 4 months ago when this discussion became a heated argument across radio stations all over America, would Team X trade for Ben Simmons? I said no. I said it was a bad idea. And I looked at Portland, for example, and I said, why give up Damian Lillard or C.J. McCollum for a player that can't shoot free throws or three-pointers and passes up layups in the clutch? The guy just doesn't score. Why trade your best or second-best scorer for somebody who will be the worst scorer on your team? Doesn't make sense to me. And I think that's still the case. Luckily for the Blazers, I don't think they have to trade their best or second-best scorer for Simmons now. I think Philly would take a lot less for Ben Simmons. If you can get Ben Simmons for Yusuf Nurkic, straight swap, do it. If you can get Ben Simmons for an expiring contract, or you can get Ben Simmons for a future first-rounder, I say do it. If you can get Ben Simmons without giving up your core, that's Dame, CJ, Norm, Robert Covington, if you can pull that off, I like the core of that team. I like Ben Simmons at the 5 on that team. Can't shoot threes, can't hit free throws, but when you're playing him as the big man, that doesn't matter that much, right? Yusuf Nurkic can't shoot threes either. Yusuf Nurkic can't defend either. Ben Simmons can defend with the best of them. If you can make that trade, do it. If it's anything more than that, don't worry about it. But I think that that's the issue for Ben Simmons right now, is there are teams that could use him, but you don't trade the farm for him. He's just not valuable enough. So he's going to hold out in Philly, and I don't know when that holdout ends, but I doubt he ever plays a game for them again. 541-630-4792. One last topic this segment, then we'll get to some baseball, we'll get to some college football, and a whole lot more. 2 games in, 3 teams that will be worse than we expected. And I want your thoughts on this topic, by the way. 541-630-4792. 2 games in, which teams are better or worse in the NFL, in your opinion? Which teams caught you by surprise, good and bad? 541-630-4792. I told you Denver and Arizona, I think, are better than expected. 2-0, likely 3-4 and 5-0 before they drop an L. The teams that are worse than I expected are Minnesota and Indianapolis. We'll start with the Vikings. For me, it comes down to one simple question. Where's the hope on this team? You have Kirk Cousins, who you pay a boatload of money. You have a veteran coach in Mike Zimmer. You have a go-to wideout in Justin Jefferson, flanked by another bona fide number 1 on almost any other team, Adam Thielen. And you have a defense that in years past has been pretty darn good. They force turnovers, they generate pressure, they win ball games. That team should have hope. That team should have optimism. That team should at least win you some games. And down the clutch, fourth quarter, Arizona marches down the field, wins the game. Fourth quarter, down the clutch, the Bengals and Joe Burrow march down the field and win the game. That team has no hope. It shouldn't be that way. But clearly, your quarterback isn't good enough, your coach isn't good enough, and your defense isn't good enough, and they have no hope. I see the Vikings losing a lot before they get better. And Indianapolis, I understand why they gave up all that they did, multiple draft picks, to get Carson Wentz from Philadelphia. Because Carson Wentz has been a quarterback that you could build a championship team around. At times in his career, we've seen Carson Wentz be the best player on a great team, be an elite quarterback, one of the best gunslingers in the NFL. And unfortunately for the Colts, we've also seen another version of Carson Wentz. We've seen Carson Wentz turn the football over like crazy and be one of the most aggressive and one of the least efficient quarterbacks in the NFL. There are two versions of Carson Wentz. And the Colts thought they would trade for the good one. They got the bad one. I think the best thing for Carson Wentz is the worst thing that he has going right now, in that he is in an environment where, by default, they have to play him. If he's healthy, he knows Frank Reich's system better than anyone else in that locker room. All the guys behind him are rookies and second-year guys that have barely scratched the field. They don't have an alternative to Carson Wentz. So they're desperate. If Carson Wentz is healthy, they're going to play him. The best thing for Carson Wentz would be a situation where he's under somebody, behind somebody, and they don't have to play him. If he goes to Vegas and he's behind Derek Carr, who leads the league in passing yards right now, Vegas says, we like Carson Wentz, but we don't want him to start. If he was behind Tom Brady in Tampa, same story. Or Ben Roethlisberger in Pittsburgh, even though he's had a rough start. Or say Dak Prescott in Dallas. The Cowboys would still start Dak Prescott. They would start other players in front of Carson Wentz, and he wouldn't have that pressure. I think he can get back to the good version of who he's been in the NFL, but it's going to take some reflection, some patience, some recuperation, all things that he's not going to get right now in Indianapolis. They are under way too much pressure, and they are going to throw him to the wolves because they just have to. They're desperate. There were two versions of Wentz. They got the bad one right now, and it's going to take time to get the good one back. 541-630-4792. Johnny Johnson III talked to the media today. Here's what the longtime Oregon standout wideout had to say today. And here's what I think, following up on the AP poll number 3 team in America, whooping on Stony Brook on Saturday. Southern Oregon Sports Talk, presented by Medford BMW, 96.1, 580, The Game.
I struggled with symptoms like frequent gas and stomach pain for years.
I was bloated all the time with daily diarrhea.
At first, I thought it was what I was eating.
I kept thinking it was stomach issues.
So I did my research and talked to my doctor, and we finally uncovered the truth.
It was actually EPI. Exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI, is a condition where your pancreas is unable to help break down your food.
It can lead to symptoms like diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, unexplained weight loss, and oily stools.
And EPI symptoms can be confused with those of other common digestive conditions, like irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's, and celiac disease.
So getting to the right diagnosis meant being more open with my doctor about the severity of my symptoms and how often they were happening.
But there's good news. EPI is manageable, so don't wait any longer. Use the symptom checker at identifyepi.com and schedule a visit or call with your doctor to ask, could I have EPI?
Sponsored by AbbVie.
Dave, what are you doing?
Just sending a gift to Dave 2037.
Who?
Me in the future. I save a little money from every paycheck as a gift to Dave 2037, so he can spend it on things like anti-gravity boots or a hologram Doberman, something cool like that. I think Dave 2037 deserves it. He worked hard. What are you getting Steve 2037?
I guess I was thinking Steve 2037 would just fend for himself.
Well, all right, but don't expect to be borrowing my anti-gravity boots.
You want to have money in your future? You got to start saving now. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ideas and easy ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
Hey, let's just hope Steve 2037 doesn't get his hands on a cold time machine, because he is going to come back here and knock some sense into you.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
Strong takes. JR's got him.
The Dallas Mavericks need to get a secondary ball handler and scorer. Mark Cuban will do any and everything to win another championship. He already told Rick Carlisle, hey, I'm not getting rid of a coach just to get rid of a coach. Luka Doncic is 22 years old. He has a bright future in front of him, and all he needs, better teammates.
Weeknights at 7 on 96.1, 580, The Game.
Can you feel it? Here's that song again. Here's that song again. For the 100th time today, here's that song again. It's gonna be stuck
love your kids enough to watch that TV show a bajillion times. Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat for their age and size. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Southern Oregon Sports Talk with Matt Bagley. Talking local sports. Weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. on 96.1 580 The Game.
541-630-4792. I told you that Oregon would destroy Stony Brook last week, and technically that happened, but Stony Brook did put up more of a fight than I expected. My main takeaway from that game, though, is that even though Stony Brook was a tougher foe than I predicted, Oregon really is a more physical football team this year. Like Mario Cristobal, even against Stony Brook, you could just see it. They didn't race past Stony Brook with speed. They didn't outpace Stony Brook with a quick tempo, no huddle. But Oregon was at their best when Oregon lined up, handed off the football, pounded it inside, and smashed Stony Brook right down the middle with physical football. Inside the trenches. Blockers clearing lanes at the second level. That was winning football for Oregon on Saturday. It was winning football for Oregon 2 Saturdays ago in Columbus, and I think that's a formula for success all season for the Ducks. Mario Cristobal has turned a famously finesse football team built on a no-huddle and spread and speed into a football team that plays like an SEC team. They're going to play physical. They're going to punch you in the mouth. That's how Oregon wants to play. That's how Oregon wants to win, and they're going to win a lot that way because I don't think anyone else in the Pac-12 is built to stop them. Johnny Johnson III, veteran wideout, and it's rare to say that when I'm talking about college football. This guy feels like he's been at Oregon for forever. He was asked a question by the media today about the Ducks' mindset heading into Pac-12 play down in the desert Saturday night.
We're locked in. We're focused. We know that every week coming into conference play is a playoff-type game mentality, and we're ready to go.
Did you hear that? Playoff-type game, playoff mentality? I like that approach. I like that answer. Mario Cristobal, Johnny Johnson III, these guys get it. They understand that college football is the rare sport where if you have a bad day, your season has a bad ending. If you miss a field goal kick, or you miss a catch on third down, or you miss a tackle on defense, one missed kick, one missed catch, one missed tackle, your national championship goes to another school. The Ducks don't want that to happen. They think they have a title team. They know at least they have a Pac-12 champion and a college football playoff contender, and they got to do their part to get there. They got to win out. Playoff mentality from Johnny Johnson III. I think that's the best answer he could give, and it's a telling answer on the expectations at Oregon heading into this year. I don't see them tripping up this week, and if they keep that mentality, I don't think they trip up at all till the playoff. 2 weeks left in the baseball season. Let's spend a couple minutes here. L.A. are a game behind the Giants. Excuse me. Dodgers a game behind the Giants in the NL West standings. I want to know, do they pass them? Do the Giants hold on to that one-game lead? I'm fascinated to watch how this shakes out because they're both playing NL West foes. The Giants have the Padres and the Rockies the rest of the way. The Dodgers have the Rockies and the Diamondbacks the rest of the way. On paper, that's an easier schedule for the boys in blue, but NL West has been weird this year. Anything could happen. To me, this is just something to keep note of. It's not something that the Giants should easily let slip away. Right? If they lose the NL West lead, they still have already clinched a playoff spot. They're going to go to the wild card if that fails. And fans will say, well, they got in, and anything can happen when you get to the wild card. That's true, but I think the wild card is the most frustrating game in all of sports. Think about this. You play 162 games in a baseball season. You have 162 opportunities to show what your team can do en route to a championship. Your playoff resume, 162 games long. And then if you get stuck in the wild card game, that resume shrinks. One game, one night, and anything can happen in that one game. You can be the best team in baseball, like the Giants have been all year. Great offense, great pitching. Gabe Kapler, surprisingly good manager. I used to make fun of him. I used to pick on him. I thought he was a doofus. He's proven me wrong. Giants are great, close to 100 wins. But if they give up this division lead and they got to play in the wild card game, what if that game features a 5-run first inning and they trail? What if in that one game they have an opportunity, 3-2 count, bases loaded, they swing and they miss the pitch by a fraction of an inch? All of a sudden, the best team in baseball gets eliminated and their season is over. If I'm Gabe Kapler, I tell my locker room, we're not letting it get to that point. We're not letting our season fall in the balance of one game. Hold on to this division lead, win these games, win the NL West, and hope that you are good enough to win a 3 or 5 or 7 game series down the line. That's what I'd be telling the Giants right now. As for the Dodgers, you have an opportunity to show the world this team that won a World Series with an asterisk, with a shortened season, with a pandemic season. And a lot of people said, yeah, but it was a short season. They didn't play a full 162. You've got an opportunity to show the world you were good enough to win the whole thing the full way last year, and you're good enough to do it again this year. It's still the best roster in baseball, and now that Dave Stewart has that monkey off his back winning a title, and same goes for Clayton Kershaw, monkey off his back winning a title. If that team steals the NL West, I like the Dodgers to repeat. Wild card game to me really is the be-all, end-all, because either of these sides get in a wild card game, one game to decide their fate, and it's a coin flip. It really is. It really is a coin flip. But if they win the NL West, I think they go deep in the postseason. 541-630-4792. Hey, college classes start in less than a week. And I led the show here with this question. Could you share some advice for college freshmen? Could you share some advice for that 18-year-old moving away from home for the first time, trying to pick up the pieces of their life and start over in a new town, new place? I've got advice, and I'll share it next. Southern Oregon Sports Talk, presented by Medford BMW. Plus, we'll talk about the Thursday night game coming up. We'll talk about a stat that has me beaming in the NFL. Love this stat. Love this story even better. And something I really enjoyed, watching the Ducks and Beavers win in Oregon last Saturday. Southern Oregon Sports Talk, presented by Medford BMW. 96.1, 580 The Game.
Hi, this is Dr. Bradshaw from Premier Care Dental. Did you know that a healthy mouth is the window to your overall health, and that a healthy smile free of decay is an important part of a strong immune system? Premier Care Dental offers you a comfortable and stress-free experience as you receive the dental care you need.
Do you have missing, failing, hurting, or broken teeth? Premier Care Dental is here for you. We welcome insurance, and if you don't have insurance, we offer our in-house dental savings plan for greater access to quality dental care at an affordable price. Our new patients with no insurance enjoy a free consultation, including exam and x-rays. And if you mention this radio ad, you receive your first implant for $9.90 or your first crown for $7.90. Restrictions apply, and all promotions depend upon a clinical exam. Premier Care Dental is located in Grants Pass, Ashland, Medford, and Klamath Falls. Call us today at 541-476-4583. Visit premiercaredental.com.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch-snuggling, ball-chasing, face-licking, tail-wagging, backyard hanging, and, of course, companionship.
And what breed would you say Satchmo is?
I'd have to go with maybe a lavish terrier hound chihuahua looking kind of mix.
Tremendous dog.
I'd also like to point out Satchmo's coloring, a white, gray, brown, black brindle, simply marvelous.
You know, it's such a treat to watch a dog like this.
Now, let's see him in action.
Look how he makes eye contact with his person.
That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive. And now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance, so common with this group.
And finally, the loving face lick.
It's great how he just gets in there and, well, licks.
Fantastic. But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Jim Rome's got opinions.
Yes, Joker came with a hard foul. Yes, it was a flagrant foul. But that punishment does not fit the crime. You do not throw the MVP of the league out of a playoff game because of that transgression. And I'm here to tell you, if it were LeBron or Steph or Giannis or KD, none of them are getting run for that foul.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon on 96.1 580 The Game.
I was in the hospital with my son for 18 months.
When he got injured, I knew I had to be strong. I just remember rushing into his room and giving him a big hug and letting him know I was there.
These veterans and families are just a few of the heroes we serve at Homes for Our Troops. We build specially adapted custom homes with features like wheelchair access and automatic door openers that allow them to focus on their recovery and family.
This house is freedom. It's hope. It's a new beginning.
Visit hfotusa.org.
Southern Oregon Sports Talk with Matt Bagley. Talking local sports. Weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. on 96.1 580 The Game.
541-630-4792. Sunday is a fun day for me on the radio because we've got NFL Insider bright and early, 7 a.m. NFL Preview at 8. Fantasy Forecast at 8:30. I get all the NFL that I need. Learn who to start in fantasy. Learn who to pick on Oregon Lottery scoreboard. All Sunday morning right here on the radio. And then at 11, Seahawks pregame. 1:25 is the kick. We'll have all the play-by-play of the Seahawks game. And then Sunday Night Football as soon as the Seahawks game ends. So I'm always covered Sundays right here on the Game. And I implore you, if you're somebody like me driving around on Sunday morning, or you know what, you get the munchies midday Sunday after the witching hour, and you think, I got to go to the grocery store and get some more potato chips or get some more soda pop or whatever, don't be afraid to leave the TV, turn the radio on, find the Game, 96.1 or 580, and listen to some football. Plus, Niner games on KBOY every Sunday, if you're a Niner fan. That's Southern Oregon's Classic Rock, 95.7 KBOY. Lots of like. Okay. Classes start in less than a week for the college freshmen out there. And I remember when I went to college, it was liberating, but it was also terrifying because I'd never been out on my own at any point in my life. Dad bought the groceries and cooked them. Mom did the laundry and cleaned the house. And there were so many things that I just didn't know how to do. My best advice that I could give college freshmen was what I shared earlier on the show. I said, if you think you're studying too much, double it. Study twice as much. But the second best piece of advice that I'm going to give is don't overdo it. There's so many things you don't know. And I'm not talking about studying. I'm not saying, hey, don't overstudy, don't overexert yourself there. But that fear of, I don't know how to cook for myself yet. I don't know how to clean everything, wash dishes, do laundry, run all the errands that I'm going to need to run, write a grocery list. There's so much that you don't know, and that's okay. You don't need to know everything right away. I think it's true in sports just like in life. Like, I'm not surprised that Oregon's freshman class in 2020 struggled. I'm not surprised that AJ Flo, Justin Flo, and Noah Sewell didn't really see the field much. I'm not surprised that the offensive line recruits that Mario Cristobal has brought in the past few years really didn't make an impact right out of the gate, unlike Penei Sewell. I'm also not surprised that those guys are way better this season than last season. I'm not surprised that if you give them time to learn and time to figure out all those things that they didn't know when they came to campus, they're going to be better football players and better students because of it. 541-630-4792. If you could give an incoming college freshman any piece of advice, what would it be? Let me know. Southern Oregon Sports Talk, presented by Medford BMW. My text line is 541-630-4792. Speaking of young offensive linemen who were or weren't successful right out of the gate, Penei Sewell got off to a hot start at Oregon, got reps as a true freshman, and he's getting reps at left tackle in the NFL as a rookie. And so far, knock on wood, Penei Sewell hasn't allowed a sack at left tackle as a rookie. And you could go back even further. I found this stat on social media. You know the last time Penei gave up a sack at left tackle in a football game? Week 4 of the 2018 college football season at Oregon. That's the last time Penei Sewell gave up a sack at left tackle. That is an impressive stat, and it really just goes to show, I thought the smartest pick of the entire NFL draft was the Lions getting Penei Sewell at left tackle. Sure, you could get a franchise quarterback. Justin Fields was on the board. Sure, you could go get a flashy wideout, a Jalen Waddle or a Devontae Smith. You could go spend that draft capital on a Patrick Surtain II, that corner the Broncos snagged up, pair him with Jeffrey Okudah, and have two, real foundation pieces in your secondary. I would have understood all of those moves. But I think when you look at positional value, the value in having a franchise-altering left tackle that can protect the blind side of your quarterback, not just for one game, but for the whole season and for season after season, that positional value cannot be ignored. The Lions still need a quarterback. They still need playmakers. They still need more guys on defense that can hold up their end of the bargain. They don't need a left tackle, and they don't need a left tackle for another decade because of that Sewell pick. I wish the Bengals were smart enough to have thought about that. I wish that other teams in the top 10, Denver, got to protect Teddy Bridgewater, right? Like there's other teams that really can use a quality offensive lineman in that position. They don't have them. The Lions do. And they're going to be set in that regard for a very long time. Last 2 minutes of the show. I liked Oregon and Oregon State going to the benches in the second half last week. I liked the fact that Sam Vidlak and Trey Lowe got snaps in the backfield for Oregon State. And I liked the fact that Ty Thompson got snaps for Oregon. I'm a firm believer that football is a game of attrition. Injuries happen. That means backups get to start. That happens. That means guys will be thrust into new roles. No preparation, no warning. That happens. And the fact that Oregon prepared Ty Thompson for that, if it ever comes, and the fact that Oregon State prepared Sam Vidlak and Trey Lowe for the same thing, if they ever need them on the field together, I think is a testament to the coaching in those programs. They are using their depth. They are building experience with their depth. And they are, I think, a better prepared football team as a result. I like the Beavers, number 2 in the Pac-12 North this year as we begin conference play in earnest. And, of course, I like the Ducks to win out. I think even if Anthony Brown misses time, the fact that they've already shown Ty Thompson the ropes to an extent is only going to help this team keep winning. Wonder what you think. Wonder what your expectations are. Tomorrow I'll have Oregon broadcaster Joey Mack and I'll effort Brendan Slaughter, the managing editor at Beaver's Edge, and we'll try to address whether or not those teams take home W's over the weekend. Beavers going to L.A., facing USC. Ducks going to the desert, facing off with a team I think is at the very bottom of the Pac-12 South standings, Arizona. We'll talk an awful lot about those games tomorrow. Also, get you previewed for week number 3 of the NFL. And my Raiders, unbeaten, best passing offense ever. And a whole lot more. 4 o'clock, right here